Welcome to the 2021 Allen County 4-H Dairy Beef Show today. Glad to have everyone in attendance. It's great to be back in attendance to start this show. And these two young ladies have been starting every show with our national anthem. So if you would please stand as Caitlin and Courtney Hockemeyer sing the national anthem. Yes, give them a big round of applause. Caitlin and Courtney Hockemeyer. Caitlin is a year 4-H member. Courtney is 7 years old. Once again, welcome to the 2021 Allen County Dairy Beef Show. Our judge today is Mr. Casey Krugerberg. He grew up in Hoagland, Indiana, where he raised around multiple species of livestock on his family's small acreage in rural Allen County. He was exposed to cattle at a young age when his family began feeding out several steers a year for their own consumption. This sparked a passion that led him into exhibiting cattle at the county fair and several open shows. This passion grew while at Purdue University, where he graduated in 2017 with a degree in animal science with a focus in animal agribusiness. While at Purdue, Casey was involved in the Block and Bridle Club, serving as a beef species chair for 2 years. Additionally, he served on the Animal Science Ambassador team working within the department to promote faculty and student engagement, as well as public outreach. He traveled and competed around the country as a member of the 2016 Purdue Livestock Judging Team, where he received the honor of finishing in the top 10 individuals for the beef evaluation at the All East competition. Alongside his extracurricular involvement, he was employed part-time by faculty, helping to work cattle through handling facilities at the Purdue beef and processing samples in the lab. as well as providing fitting services to several firms at shows. Currently, Casey is employed at Kinfeld LLC in Woodburn, Indiana, where he works in sales as an account manager serving customers in Allen and North Adams County. In addition to his full-time career, Casey owns a small cow cattle focused on producing Maine Anjou and maintainer cattle for the show ring, which he markets through various consignments with jockeys and private sales. Complementing this, he provides his custom fitting services and travels around the country with Smith Family Farms of Pendleton, Indiana, preparing cattle at the national and regional shows. Let's put our hands together and welcome Casey Krugerberg.
Can everybody hear me? All right, nice way to start off our beef show. They're going to lead off the class with the young lady Swiss steer here. I think when you put this one into motion, this one puts most good together. When you start talking structure from the ground up and the way that he's assembled at his feet, and the way he comes up through his joints into the top side of his skeleton there. He's expressive enough in his muscle shape today. I think this one's going to turn into a really good fat steer for the young lady. We're going to follow him up with the young lady's paler Swiss steer here. One that's maybe just a touch more expressive about his muscle shape, but we like to get that one just a little more square, make him a little more comfortable up on the top side of his skeleton whenever we put him into motion. And we're going to round out the class with the young man's steer here on the end. Just need some more time on groceries to get to that optimal point for the show today.
Placings in class number 1 and your champion brown Swiss is exhibited by Megan Bushing. That award is sponsored by Blessing Farms. Second and reserve champion went to Tate Bonin, and third went to Kylan Moody. Into the arena now, we have class number 2 jerseys, weighing 346. The award for the champion jersey is sponsored by Randy Schaefer family.
The young man brings out an example of a Jersey animal for us today, and unfortunately he's the only one here within the breed for the feeder calf show, but one that I think could stand quite a bit of competition within that breed. When you get right on top of this guy, he does come with quite a bit of muscle shape within that breed. Over the top skeleton, he carries it through into that lower quarter off the back side of his rump. Maybe make him just a touch more comfortable there about how he's assembled in his knee, but nonetheless, nice example of a Jersey animal. Young man will end up also being our champion in that breed for the feeder calf show. Thank you.
Congratulations, winner of class number 2 and the champion jersey exhibited by Braden Stone. Once again, that award is sponsored by Randy Schaefer family. In the arena now, we have milking shorthorns weighing 525 pounds to 576 pounds. The Champion Milking Shorthorn Award is sponsored by Bushing Peat Moss.
Out here for our show class in the feeder edition here. We're going to start off the class with the young ladies spotted steer here. One that I think comes with the most explosive muscle shape and dimension. When you go in behind his shoulder, carry that over the top side of his rump down into his quarter. I think he's comfortable enough on the go today. I think this one's going to feed in really nice and stay fairly comfortable there about his skeleton. We're going to follow that up with the young lady's white flank steer here. Just a touch plainer when you get in behind him. Not quite as much shape there through the back side of the skeleton. And for me today, I think he gets just a little bit more uncomfortable up on the top side of his skeleton. That concerns me just a little bit. But I think if we manage that right as he becomes a fat steer there, that she can work with it. I think you got to appreciate how this one's deep-sided, but just needs to be a little bit more explosive. We're going to round out the class with the young man's red steer here in third. One that's just a little bit more raw today. He needs to come square out of the backside of his shoulder with some more muscle shape there and just a little bit more time on feed to really get that phenotype to express itself.
Placings in class number 3. First went to Kyle Rips, and that is the champion milking shorthorn. Once again, that award is sponsored by Bushing Peat Moss. Second and reserve champion went to Tate Bonin, and third went to Kylan Moody. Into the arena now, we have Holstein steers weighing 294 to 333 pounds. Helping us distribute awards today is Gwen Brubaker. Gwen is the daughter of Mark and Helen Brubaker of Huntertown. She is an 8-year member of Eel River 4-H Club, where she has held an office. This fall, Gwen will be a junior at Carroll High School. Let's put our hands together and welcome Gwen Brubaker, one of our honor achievers. Just a little bit of a side note, after many years, the dairy beef banners were retired and new banners have been purchased. The Dairy Beef Committee will have a silent auction during the 2021 Allen County Fair to get rid of the banners. If you are interested in a banner, the silent auction paperwork will be on the bulletin board by the livestock office. The bidding will close on Saturday, July 31st at 9 o'clock p.m. Be a Dairy Beef Committee member if you have any questions. Otherwise, bid high and bid often.
a nice way to start out our Holstein classes here in the feeder division. We're going to lead off with the young ladies calf here for first place. For me today, this one puts the most good together. I think he's balanced on that side profile, square enough in his hip, good enough in his shoulder, and I think he's got enough center body to pull it all together to complete that look. I think he wraps enough muscle around that skeleton today, but when we put him into motion, I think that's the most comfortable one, the highest performing steer that's going to feed into a really nice fat steer. We're going to go follow him up with the young lady is mostly black, steer her for second place. I think you got to appreciate this one structurally in terms of how he's squaring his hip, and he's got a nice long profile, just not quite as explosive there when we start talking about carcass traits. A little flatter when you get in behind him, just needs a little bit more time on feed there to really get him to start running. The young man steer that we're going to use here in third, again, structurally a nice one there, particularly in that shoulder and hip, and I think you've got to appreciate sighted this one. I'd just like to get him a little bit more expressive in that muscle shape, settle that top line in just a little bit, make him more comfortable when we put him into motion. Young ladies steer that we're going to round out the class with here for fourth place. Not a bad animal, just needs a little bit more time, fed a little bit harder there, and again, I think we relax him in that top line, bring him back as a fat steer, and he'll come in pretty nice.
Placings in Class 4 Holsteins. First went to Ashley Hadley, second to Calvin Lee, third to Calvin Lee, and fourth to Hadley. Into the arena now, we have class number 5, weighing 368 pounds to 438 pounds.
out here for our second class of Holsteins. We got a few different types and kinds out. For me today, we're going to lead off with the young ladies steer here. Again, I'm probably going to sound like a little bit of a broken record, but this one puts the most good together for me. I think, again, you start talking balance, and if you draw a line right behind that one's shoulders, right ahead of his hips, he pulls together into the best package in the class today. I think he's got enough rib shape to complete the look. I think he's elevated enough up front. But then as we come out of the back side of that shoulder, back hip down into the quarter, I think this one is good enough in his muscle today. The young lady steer that we're going to use for second place here, certainly plenty expressive in terms of that muscle shape. But I think we've got to look at the long-term picture here as these things become fat steers, and let's relate it on to the feedlot here. This one gets just a little bit too tight-hearted for me today, and I start to question that when this one comes back in as a fat steer, how genuine he's going to be, how easy he's going to be to feed into that skeleton. Nonetheless, she presents him nice as hard as he's fighting her today. The steer that we're going to use for third here today, not a bad animal, just a little bit of a disadvantage here today. He's putting a little bit more energy into growing up rather than growing out. I think we just need to make him a little bit more moderate and a touch more expressive, and maybe make him a touch more comfortable in that shoulder.
Placings in Class 5 Holsteins first went to Lainey Parker, second to Georgia DeBolt, and third to Elizabeth Wells. Into the arena now, we have Class number 6 Holsteins, weighing 453 pounds to 463 pounds. Also assisting on handing out the awards today is Lydia Dyer. She is a recent graduate of Woodland High School, and this is her final year in 4-H, and she is a member of the Mommy Go-Getters. So let's put our hands together and welcome Lydia.
A nice trio of steers out here for our third class of Holsteins. We're going to lead off the class with the young ladies, primarily black steer here. I think this one comes at you with the most look, but even more than that, when you start at the ground, this one has the most base width. I think he comes the most explosive in the muscle shape off the backside of that skeleton. I think he stays consistent enough up over the top side of that skeleton. The young lady does an extremely good job exhibiting this one. The steer that we're going to use in second place, definitely not a bad animal. I think this gets a little bit narrower there at the ground. I'd like to see that one have just a touch more base width, maybe be a little bit softer through that center body, but follows in that first place animal very nicely. We'll round out the class with ladies steer here. One that just doesn't come together is balance for me to take a roll out of the backside of that hip just a little bit. I think that if we get this one's feet underneath him just a little bit to more and feed him a little bit harder, this one could bump up into that second place hole. Thank you.
Placings in Class 6 Holsteins, first went to Myra Burning, second to Jessa DeBolt, and third to Elizabeth Wells. Into the arena now, exhibitors will be competing for the Champion Lightweight Holstein. That award is sponsored by Donald and Sarah Dunton family. Entering the arena is your Class 4 winner, exhibited by Ashley Hadley, steer weighing 294 pounds. The Class 5 winner, exhibited by Lainey Parker, a steer weighing 400 pounds. And your Class 6 winner, exhibited by Myra Burning, a steer weighing 463 pounds.
Well, let's give a quick round of applause here for the winners and second places out of our lightweight division. I think when we look at these three class winners from the first three classes here, I like the thing pretty consistent thus far. When you start talking about tight end in terms of the dairy steer there. The young lady steer out of the first class, a nice moderate example there, just a lightweight animal, needs a little more time and some more groceries. The class winner out of the second class there, I think comes at you with a lot of look. I think we could drop him down just a touch in that flank and pull him down in through that lower quarter at the rear of his skeleton. And then when we look at this one here from our third class, I think this one's an extremely good example, and she's going to be your champion for the lightweight division today.
Lightweight champion exhibited by Myra Burning. That was the Class 6 winner. Once again, that award is sponsored by Donald and Sarah Dunton family.
For me today, for that reserve champion slot, I think we're going to go ahead and use the class winner from our second class here. This one for me just hits right out of the group that we've got left today. It comes at you with a lot of look, and I think she stays good and genuine from the top side of that skeleton all the way down through the bottom, where it wraps some flesh down around that rib, and when you put this one into motion, plenty comfortable and nice high-performing steer.
Your reserve champion lightweight is exhibited by Parker. That was the Class 5 winner. Into the arena next will be Class number 7 Holsteins, weighing 483 pounds to 491 pounds.
things get just a little bit tougher here as we start getting into some of the heavier weight calves. For me today, we're going to lead off the class with the young ladies, predominantly black steer here. I think this one puts most good together in a very deep class of calves, but for me, the way this one transitions out of the backside of that angular shoulder, I think that he's the most consistent in that carcass development as we carry across the top side of the skeleton, wrap down into that lower quarter. I think he's plenty good on the go, and I think he's wide enough at the ground today. Pulls a nice look together, and he's going to feed into a good fat steer. For me today, we're going to bring, in second place here, we'll use the young ladies steer. Certainly a heavy muscle calf on there, maybe just a touch tighter there through his forerib, and maybe want to make him a touch more comfortable on the go. I think you could probably talk them either way there, but for me, I think that he just doesn't quite balance up as good as what our first place calf does. When we start getting into that third place hole, we're going to use the young ladies steer here. Maybe just starts getting a touch more moderate there. Again, plenty of muscle there, but for me, where I start finding some faults is when we get in behind him, he starts wanting to pull in, get narrower at the ground, and I like to make him a little more true about how he's using those hots. The young ladies steer that we're going to use for fourth steer decides to touch more piecey. I like to change the way this one sets that tail head down into his hip, and maybe make him just a touch bigger hipped all around. I think he gets just a little bit quick in his design off the backside of that skeleton. Rounding out the class here in fifth place, the young ladies black steer, skeletally not a bad animal. Just gets outpowered today. That one's a little bit flatter and a touch plainer, a little more time on getting some trees pushed through will do it real good.
Placings in class 7, Holsteins. First Laney Painter. We've asked Laney to do over here. She had this steer was the reserve champion rate of gain, gaining 3.7 pounds per day. So place and also reserve rate of gain goes to Laney Parker. Second to Lee Wilson. Third to Ashlyn Chester. Fourth to Kylie Cripps. And to Eleanor Fink. Let's give Laney a big round of applause for her reserve champion rate of gain. Next to the arena, we will have Holstein class number 8, Holstein steers, weighing 113 pounds to 527 pounds.
competitive pair of animals here on the top end of the class, and for me today, I think the young lady's black and white steer is a logical place to start. Wrestle back and forth there because both of these are really expressive in terms of that muscle shape there, but for me the difference comes when we put these ones into motion. Young lady's black and white steer is a lot more comfortable off the backside of that skeleton and uses that rear leg with a lot more integrity there. He takes a bigger step, he sets it down more comfortably, and I think in the long run that's going to complement that steer really well. I think he balances up well enough, maybe a touch longer pattern steer, but comes with plenty of shape and dimension over that skeleton. We're going to follow him up with the young man's red and white steer here. Maybe just a touch more moderate calf, and one that I think you've really got to appreciate for that, especially how he comes out of the backside of that shoulder. But for this one here, when you get there on his hip, he gets just a little stiffer there when we put him into motion. I'd like to make him a touch more comfortable and make him take a little bit bigger step and bring that rear foot up to where that front foot was when we get him into motion. In the third place hole here, we're going to use the young man's black steer. Nice moderate calf there, just gets outpowered today. When you get on top of this one, he's a lot narrower there at the top of that side of that stand. Just needs to come more explosive out of the backside of that shoulder. And in fourth place, the young lady's steer. Again, one of those nice high-performance animals. Just needs some ammo growth, adjust that diet to try and get him to convert into some more muscle shape, moderate out that vertical growth.
Placings in Class 8 Holsteins. First went to Myra Burning, second to Dakota Hitzman, third to Wyatt Fink, and fourth to Emma Knoll. Into the arena now, we have Class number 9 Holsteins weighing 536 pounds to 549 pounds. The live stream today is sponsored by Sue Schaefer. Additionally, encourage everyone to visit the 4-H food booth outside the show barn. They have a variety of favorite snacks and meals at fantastic prices. All the proceeds benefit Allen 4-H. Do you want to have 2022 VIP seating or be a show live stream sponsor? Then mark Saturday, February 26th on your calendar, the 4-H Fling. At the 4-H Fling, there will be a live auction and a silent auction and a chicken dinner. Dinner and the silent auction both start at 5 p.m. in the Home and Family Arts Building at the fairgrounds. The live auction will begin later on. Watch social media for complete details. February 26th of 2022 is the 4-H Fling. That's where you can bid on live stream sponsor or VIP. Also a reminder to our 4-H members, those selling in the auction, or regardless what you're doing, you have 1 hour at the conclusion of the show to let Mrs. Clark know what you're doing with each one of your animals. That is your responsibility as a 4-H member. Last year you did extremely well. And those selling in the livestock auction on Monday, we need help serving food, running tickets. We understand that you are selling, but you are not selling during the entire auction. Check with the auction committee Monday to see where you can help. We'd also like to thank Tim and Barb Richardson and John and Mary Smith for the wonderful floral decorations in and around our fairgrounds, especially here in the show barn and at some of our other activities. So thanks to them for always providing those beautiful flower displays. Also like to thank Bushing, Peat Moss, and Mulch for the mulch in the show arena, as well as for the dairy feeder cattle.
Another nice class of steers here in the second class of our middleweight animals. And for me today, we're going to start off the class with the young ladies, predominantly black steer here. Another one that whenever you get in there and just put all the pieces together in terms of look, where he's at in that carcass development and skeleton, I think this one here checks all those boxes off enough for me today. Very comfortable on the go, very consistent where he's at in that muscle development, and I think that he comes at you with the most look today. Second place steer, certainly a nice animal there. Comes with a lot of shape there, but I'd like to change just how this one's assembled a bit, like to set that neck and head up, touch higher on the shoulder, and maybe make him just a little bit squarer about that hip there. In the third place hole, not square-built animal, but we just start going down the trend of maybe being a touch plainer looking in comparison to our first and second place holes. Not to say that this calf isn't coming along nicely in his muscle development, but I think he gets just a touch more inconsistent in comparison to that first and second place animal. In the fourth place hole, the young lady's white steer here, just a touch flatter, plainer, maybe a little more raw of a steer there. Again, going to sound like a broken record, but it's more time on groceries and fed just a little bit harder. It'll do that one a world of good. Rounding out the class with the young lady's black steer here, just gets a touch piecier today. I'd like to balance that one up, level out his top line, and make him just a touch more explosive in that carcass development. Thank you.
Placings in class number 9. First, Megan Bushing, Kylie Cripps. Third to Carrie. Fourth to Rielson. And fifth to Lindsay Stone. Next in the arena, exhibitors will be competing for the champion medium weight Holstein. That award is sponsored Steve and Sharon Clark family. Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing for the champion medium weight Holstein. Your Class 7 winner exhibited by Lainey Parker, steer weighing 491 pounds. Class number 8 winner exhibited by Myra Burning, a steer weighing 526 pounds. And your Class number 9 winner exhibited by Megan Bushing, a steer weighing 547 pounds.
Let's give a quick round of applause out here for our middleweight class winners and second places. The quality in the competition here definitely got a lot deeper as we get into the heavier weight calves. And I think each one of these out here has a lot of attributes about them. But for me today, we're going to use the Class 3 winner here from the middleweight division as our champion midweight. That one there just hits me right in terms of that balance like we've been hitting on. Checking off those three of those boxes in terms of that balanced look, skeleton, and carcass there. Things get just a little bit tougher here when we start talking about that reserve place. There's a pair of calves out here that I think complement each other really well. But for me today, the reserve place is going to be our class number 2 winner from this division here. I think this one follows in suit in terms of having enough muscle shape. There's certainly some things there that we'd like to change. Maybe make him just a little bit stronger there over his top side. When she sets him up, he wants to get just a little bit relaxed in how he's carrying that spine. But I think over time that one's going to feed into an extremely nice fat steer for the young lady to take out again. Thank you.
Your champion medium weight is exhibited by Megan Bushing. The reserve exhibited by Myra Burning. That award once again is sponsored by Stephen Sharon Clark family. Into the arena will be class number 10 Holsteiners weighing 552 pounds to 568 pounds. Once again, we want to remind all of our 4-H exhibitors today, within 1 hour after the conclusion of the show, you need to let Mrs. Clark know what you are doing with each one of the animals. Please be prompt about doing that. Thank you.
Here in our first class of the heavyweight feeder steers, we're going to start off with the young ladies steer here on the end. I think this one puts a whole lot of good things together. I think he's wide enough at the ground, and I think he's plenty stout featured and square enough about his foot. And I think he stays true when you come up out of that foot up there to the back side of that hip. He stays nice in line. He's square enough there, and he certainly comes with plenty of muscle shape and dimension. It's an extremely nice calf for the young lady. We're going to follow him up with the young man's steer here, maybe one that gets just a touch more out of balance in comparison to that first place steer, but certainly doesn't sacrifice anything in terms of muscle development. We just need to balance him up, maybe make him a little bit more fluid and a touch deeper there through that forerib. Here in third place, young lady brings a steer that has an awful lot of look from that side profile. Just gets outpowered today. One that gets a little touch flatter and a touch plainer there when you're behind it, but you put this one into motion. That's a really nice athletic steer. The young lady's calf that we're going to round out the class in fourth place with, I think we just need to relax that top line a little bit, make her a touch squarer in her hip, and get that one a little more time on feed there and really get that muscle to express itself. Thank you.
Placings in Class 10 Holsteins first went to Danica Dafford, second to Drew Dafford, third to Holly Howard, and fourth to Dakota Burning. Entering the arena now is Class number 11 Holsteins, weighing 585 to 608.
out here in the second heavyweight class. I think the young man steer is a logical place to start here today. Tons of muscle share. I think that he's good enough in his skeleton, maybe gets just a little bit tight, and I think that that's partially due to how much muscle shape is there. We just need to get him out, walk him a little more, and get that skeleton loosened up, and maybe set his head up higher. But when you start putting the pieces together in terms of what he brings to the table, the young man has a very nice calf. The young lady's steer that we're going to be used for second place here comes at you with a ton of look. But another one that gets just a touch plainer and a touch flat behind him there, I like to see a little more base width, and I think that we can get that muscle to express quite a bit more there if we did get the skeletal width put into place. The steer that we're going to use to round out the class here for third, another one that's just putting a little bit more energy into growing up rather than out. Put some groceries through there, feet are a little bit harder, and let's take his head and set it up just a touch higher, and I think we'll get that top shape to flex and express itself a little bit better. Thank you.
Placings in Class 11 Holsteins. First went to Dakota Hitzman, second to Lainey Parker, and third to Ella Knoll. Entering the arena next will be Class number 12 Holsteins, weight 615 to 647.
For our last class here in the heavyweight division, the young man steer is a tremendous place to start. I think this one here puts an awful lot of good things together. A lot of the things I've been hitting on there as far as that base skeletal width, staying consistent as we go up into the side of the skeleton there to that spine, and true about where that pin set the hop and keeping his feet in the right place at the ground. But you go above on that with where this one's at in that carcass development, and I think this one here just hits you with a ton of meat animal shape. We're going to follow him up with a young lady steer here, one that just kind of starts to get outpowered. I'd like to drop that one down a touch in the forerib there and give that a little bit more of a genuine look there, and I think that one would feed a lot better if we could open up that rib a little bit. Out here in the third place hole, the young man steer, not a bad looking calf, just gets a little bit harder body, shallower through that midsection. And I'd like to square him up on that hip whenever we put him into motion. He's wanting to drop his pins just a little bit, compensating to help that rear leg reach. Thank you.
Placings in Class 12 first went to Drew Daffhorn. Drew's steer was also the champion rate of gain winner with a rate of gain of 3.7. Let's give him a big round of applause for that. Second went to Danica Daffhorn, and third to Landon King. Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing for the champion heavyweight Holstein. Our Class 10 winner, exhibited by Danica Daffhorn, a steer weighing 552 pounds. The Class 11 winner, exhibited by Dakota Hitzman, a steer weighing 596 pounds. And the Class 12 winner, exhibited by Drew Daffhorn, a steer weighing 647 pounds. The Champion Heavyweight Holstein Award is sponsored by Stephen Sharon Clark family.
Let's give a round of applause here for our class winners and second places of the heavyweight division. I think the trio of winners here is some really good examples of what dairy feeder calves, I think, in my opinion, should look like. In terms of that balance, they're structurally sound across the board there, and I think they're all in a really good spot in terms of feeding into a fat steer here and coming back in another 12 months to compete. But for me today, the young man out of the third class of heavyweights is going to be our champion heavyweight steer. After that, out for our reserve champion here, I think you got to start asking yourself what you want to do. We've got some animals out here that are super expressive in their muscle shape, maybe just a touch shorter in their hip, but maybe a little straighter off some of those back legs. Not to take anything from them here, but for me today, the young lady's steer out of the first class of heavyweights is going to be our reserve. I think this one follows the type and kind of our champion heavyweight the closest. I think he's good enough in his muscle shape, but for me, he's certainly the next most comfortable when you put him into motion. Thank you.
The champion heavyweight Holstein is exhibited by Drew Daffhorn. This was also the champion rate of gain, gaining 3.7 pounds per day. So congratulations to Drew. The reserve champion exhibited by Danica Daffhorn. Once again, that award is sponsored by Steve and Sharon Clark family. Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing for the champion Holstein feeder calf. That award is sponsored by Carrie and Mary Hitzman. Your champion lightweight Holstein is exhibited by Myra Burning, a steer weighing 463 pounds. The champion medium weight is exhibited by Megan Bushing, steer weighing 547 pounds. And the champion heavyweight exhibited by Drew Daffhorn, a steer weighing 647 pounds. The Dairy Beef Calf Rate of Gain Awards, we mentioned that earlier. Drew Daffhorn was the champion and Lainey Parker was the reserve champion. Those awards were sponsored by Roger and Vicki Hadley II and family. So the rate of gain exhibited by Roger and Vicki, or not exhibited by, but sponsored by Roger and Vicki Hadley II and family. Thank you.
All right, out here for your champion Holstein Dairy feeder calf. I guess just let's look around real quick because all 6 of these calves out here bring a lot of merit to the table, particularly in that trio of winners from our light, medium, and heavyweight division. All 3 of these animals, I consider them to be all structurally sound. I think they're all in a good spot in terms of where they're at in their growth pattern in their respective weights. The dairy steers hold a pretty dear place to me because that's where I started with cattle. As you heard in the biography there, we started feeding out a couple steers. That turned into taking starter calves to county fair, which turned into buying beef heifers, and now I have a small cow-calf herd. But they are a little bit different than feeding colored steer, just in terms of how you look at a Holstein, how they've been bred over the last decade, or multiple decades, excuse me. A high carbohydrate animal, a high energy input, high energy output. We don't necessarily get as explosive as what some of the other beef breeds do, but nonetheless, I think they do make tremendous beef animals. And for me today, the champion Holstein steer is going to be the young man from the heavyweight division.
Champion Holstein is exhibited by Drew Daffhorn. Once again, that award is sponsored by Carrie and Mary Hitzman.
We're going to keep that pair of steers from the heavyweight division together. Young lady brings out another tremendous looking feeder calf for us today, and I think this one complements our Holstein extremely well. They've earned that reserve. Thank you.
And your reserve champion exhibited by Danica Daffhorn. Once again, the Champion Holstein Award is sponsored by Carrie and Mary Hitzman. The Champion Rate A Gain was sponsored by Roger and Vicki Hadley II and family. Next up, we will have the selection of the Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf. That award is sponsored by Randy Schaefer family. The Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf award is sponsored by Blessing Farms. As the judge is getting ready to make his selection on the Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf, after this selection, then we will have a brief intermission between the calves and the market steers. A brief intermission of about 5 to 10 minutes. Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing for the Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf. Your champion, Brown Swiss, exhibited by Megan Bushing. Your champion jersey, exhibited by Brandon Stone. Your champion milking shorthorn, exhibited by Kylie Cripps. And your champion Holstein, exhibited by Drew Daffhorn. In addition to the award sponsored by Randy Schaefer and family and the Blessing Farms, McAllister's have donated a banner for our champion Dairy Beef Calf Award as well. So McAllister's have a banner for them. Once again, remember that the dairy beefers were retired and new owners have been purchased. The Dairy Beef Committee will have this auction during the 2021 Allen County Fair to get rid of the banner. If you're interested in a banner, the silent auction paperwork will be on the bulletin board by the livestock office. Bidding will close on Saturday, July 31st at 9 p.m. If you don't know where the livestock office is and you're interested, come here and we will direct you so that you can bid on those banners. Also, be sure to stop in at the 4-H food booth outside the show barn. A lot of favorites there, fantastic prices, and the proceeds all go to the Allen County 4-H. Additionally, the Showman to Showman contest will be this Sunday, August the 1st, starting at noon in the Horse Arena, and then move here to the show barn.
Out here for the selection of our champion dairy beef feeder steers. We'll just kind of go through each of our breed winners here, talk about some of those differences within the breed. When you go to the brown Swiss here, a great example of what a Swiss, in my opinion, should look like. A stout-featured, big-footed, almost draft-appearing animal. Great color, but a very balanced, proportional animal there. When we look at the Jersey, a more moderate, ultra-refined, lighter muscle kind of dairy animal. As we transition over to the Shorthorn, a moderated at you with some muscle there. In today's example, though, I think we just need to soften it up, add some more rib shape there. And when we get to the Holstein there, just a really nice dual-purpose kind of animal, one that we can feed to have a market animal look, or we can go and breed to have that milking animal. Before I go out here and select a champion today, let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf exhibited by Drew Dafford. The reserve grand champion exhibited by Danica Daffhorn. Once again, the Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf Award was sponsored by Randy Schaefer and family. The Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf Award sponsored by Blessing Farms. McAllister's is sponsoring a banner for the Grand Champion Dairy Beef Calf. I'd like to thank Vicky Hadley II and family for sponsoring the Dairy Beef Calf Rate of Gain. All right, attention, don't go far. Now time to get those breaks in, get those snacks and so forth. We're going to have a brief intermission at 2:30. 2:30, let's start the market steer class. So by 2:30, we'll need class 13 Ayrshires to the makeup arena. So we're going to have a brief intermission, about 10 minutes. At 2:30, we will come back and begin the market steer. Also, like to remind everyone, it is your duty, 4-H members, to let Mrs. Clark know what you are doing with each one of your animals. Each and every one of your animals. If you're taking it home, if you're selling it in the auction, you need to let Mrs. Clark know exactly what you're doing with each one of those animals. All right. According to my watch, it's about 2:28, so we got about 2 minutes. Got about 2 minutes, 2-minute warning. 2 minutes, though. We'd like to start the Market Steer Show. So about 2 minutes, and let's get that Market Steer Show started. Hopefully people have had a time to get a little bit of a break, head out to the food booth, get calves, water, that kind of thing. All right, into the arena now we have class number 13, Ayrshires, weighing 1236 to 1352. The Champion Ayrshire Award is sponsored by Edmar Farms, that is the Lee Bratmuller family. So class number 13 is in the arena. We'll be ready for class number 14 to the makeup arena. Class 14 to the makeup arena, please.
For our first class out here in the fat steer starting off the Ayrshires, I gotta say, I don't get too many opportunities to look at them. There's not too many Ayrshire herds out there anymore that it seems like, and you certainly don't see too many of them at fairs anymore. But I think that you got steer out here that hits a lot there in terms of being balanced out between yield grade in terms of how many pounds of product hang on the rail, and quality grade in terms of where that's going to rank as far as select, choice, and prime if he would get that high. And for me today, that's going to be the young lady's red steer here. When you get your hands on top of this one, I think he has just a little bit truer shape there over the top side of that loin where our high value retail cuts are going to come from. I think you could argue he's maybe a touch more comfortable on his hip, and he certainly comes with a little more shape and dimension there when you get in behind him. Not to take too much away from the young man's white steer here, I think there is some muscle in there, but I think he's just a little bit rawer in terms of where he's at. We're not quite there in terms of having enough finish on there to where I would say that he's ready to go and hang on the rail. We'll end up using him for reserve today.
First place and champion Ayrshire exhibited by Sarah Kuhn, and the reserve and second place exhibited by Sarah Kuhn. Once again, the award is sponsored by Edmar Farms, Lee Bratt-Mueller family. Next into the arena will be Brown Swiss, weighing 1,351 to 1,480. Judging our market steers, once again, this is Casey Krugerberg. He grew up in Hoagland, Indiana, where he was raised around multiple species of livestock on his family's small acreage farm in rural Allen County. He was exposed to cattle at a young age when his family began feeding out several steers a year for their own consumption. This sparked a passion that led to him exhibiting cattle at the county fair and several open shows. Passion grew while at Purdue University, where he graduated in 2017 with a degree in animal science and a focus on animal agribusiness. While at Purdue, Casey was involved in the Block and Bridle Club, serving as the beef species chair for 2 years. Additionally, he served on the Animal Science Ambassadors team, working within the department to promote faculty and student engagement as well as public outreach. He traveled and competed around the country as a member of the 2016 Purdue Livestock Judging Team, where he received the honor of finishing in the top individuals for beef evaluation in the All East competition. Alongside his extracurricular involvement, he was employed part-time by faculty, helping to work cattle through handling facilities at the Purdue Beef Unit Research Farm and processing samples in the lab, as well as providing fitting services to several firms at shows. Currently, he is employed at Kinfeld Group, LLC in Woodburn, Indiana, where he worked in sales as an account manager serving customers in Allen County and North Adams County. In addition to his full-time career, Casey owns a small cow-calf herd focused on producing Maine Anjou and maintainer cattle for show ring, for which he markets through various consignments with jockeys and private sales. Complementing this, he provides custom fitting services and travels around the country with Smith Family Farms of Pendleton, Indiana, preparing cattle at national and regional shows. Let's put our hands together once again and welcome Casey Krugerberg.
a trio of steers out here for the Brown Swiss breed in our fat steer show, and we're going to start off with the young lady's paler steer here. I think all around when you look at this, probably the most balanced animal, and when you get behind him, he's feeding with the most width. I think he carries enough shape down the lower quarter. And then when you get your hands on this one, puts together the best combination in terms of finish and in terms of muscle, and going to hang really well in terms of balancing out that yield and quality grade. You put him into motion, he's a nice, comfortable steer, high-performing animal. We're going to follow him up with the young lady's darker pattern steer here. Maybe not as deep of a body as one, but when you get behind him where he starts to lose just a touch of merit today, he's a little flatter, a little plainer. You get your hands on him, I think he's okay up top, but he does not feed with as much muscle shape over that loin. Good. Rounding out the class here, we're going to use the young man's pale-colored steer here. Just a little bit larger framed animal, a little flatter, a little plainer in terms of that muscle shape. There is some cover there, but just not quite as much dimension over the top side of that skeleton. Young man's doing a good job being patient with him, though, as that steer tries to buffalo him a little bit.
Placing in class number 14, first in the Champion Brown Swiss, exhibited by Holly Howard. That award is sponsored by Blessing Farms. Second, Reserve Champion Brown Swiss, exhibited by Tate Bonin. And third place went to Wyatt Fink. Once again, that award was sponsored by Blessing Farms. Into the arena now, we have class number 15 Jersey, weighing 1,101 pounds, 1101. The Champion Jersey Dairy Beef Award is sponsored by Dr. James Bloom, optometrist.
Single entry out here for the Jersey portion of the Fat Steer Show. And the young man brings us another nice example of a Jersey market animal here, much like he did here with the feeder calf show. And like then, I think this one could stand a fair amount of competition within the breed. He handles with some shape up top, maybe not quite where he's optimally finished, but comes with plenty of shape there for an animal within that breed. And I think you got to admire the tremendous amount of rib shape and center body that this one brings out here into the ring today. And he's comfortable enough out there. Again, one that probably could have some more competition, but consequently is a single entry be our champion Jersey today.
Your first place and Champion Jersey, exhibited by Braden Stone. That award is sponsored by Dr. James Bloom, optometrist. Into the arena now is Class 16, Milking Shorthorns. weighing 1222 to 1344. The Champion Milking Shorthorn Dairy Beef Steer Award is sponsored by Mid-States Farmers Mutual Insurance. Class number 16 has entered the arena. Class 16 is in the arena, so we're going to be ready for Class 17 in the makeup arena. Class 17 in the makeup arena, followed by Class 18 then.
Trio out here for our milking shorthorn fat steer division. We're going to start off the class with the young ladies red steer here. One that certainly handles with the most shape and most dimension there over the top side of that skeleton through the loin. I think he stays consistent from his hip up into his shoulder there. He comes with plenty of shape there off the back side of his skeleton. I think you got to ask yourself, is he square enough in his hip in terms of having that show ring look? And I think he's okay. But when we start tying it back into the real world here and start talking about retail value as they hang, that one puts the most good together. We're going to follow him up with the young ladies red and white steer here. Larger framed animal, consequently gets just a touch flatter there, looking there, that muscle pattern, but just a little bit lighter, particularly there over the midsection of that rib cage when you get your hands on him, and maybe just a touch. in our last class, Holstein steers here in the Fat Steer Show. Before we go and select a champion Holstein, you got 3 different animals that are in 3 different spots in terms of where they're at for finish and being ready to go on the rail. I think the logical place to start out with is the young ladies steer here for first. You get your hands on one, very consistent in terms of that muscle shape, and he's very consistent in terms of that finish. I think you got to ask yourself if he's square enough in his hip. That's getting pretty critical on one. And I think when you put that carcass merit into play and the fact that he can still get out and go, he's a very logical place to start out for first. After that, in the second place, hold the young ladies black steer. One that's certainly a lot leaner, not necessarily quite there in terms of finish. Tons of shape on there, but we just need to get a little bit more condition on the top side of that carcass before I think he's ready to go on his optimal endpoint. That said, I think he is just a little bit squarer built. In our third place here, we're going to round out with the young ladies. One that I think has more condition than he does muscle. There is some down deep in there if you go digging, but I think we just need to get it to be a little bit more expressive to complement the condition that he does have. Thank you.
In class number 21, Holsteins, first Myra Burning, Kylie Cripps, and third to Eleanor Fink. Kylie Cripps was also the reserve champion rate of gain, with her steer gaining 3.2208 pounds per day. Let's give Kylie a big round of applause for the reserve champion rate of gain. All right. Next in the arena, exhibitors will be competing for the champion Holstein Dairy Beef Steer. Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing for the champion Holstein Steer. Your class of 17 exhibited by Lainey Parker. Steer weighs 998. Class 18 winner exhibited by Myra Burning. A steer weighing 1365. Your class 18 winner exhibited by Lainey Parker. Steer weighing 1399. Your class 20 winner exhibited by Kylie Cripps. A steer weighing 1475. And class 21 winner exhibited by Myra Burning, a steer weighing 1670. The Champion Holstein Dairy Beef Steer Award is sponsored by Norman and Cynthia Burning and family.
Let's give our Holstein steer exhibitors a round of applause real quick. What I'm starting to show, I've never been one to go back through and talk, every single class winner there real hard whenever we go back to breed champion, especially when you consider that we've got showmanship. That's the time that I like to take to try and work with those kids a little bit more. So an effort to save some time there, not necessarily going to go and review each animal, but I think as you go from the end of Holsteins up to the heavier, you can see a nice progression. You got a nice lean animal that's laying down a lot of muscle. You've got one that's starting to get some condition, and then we start transitioning into a spot there where we go and we balance out that versus quality grade, and that trend continues all the way to the top. I think there's some differences in hip structure. There's some differences in athleticism out here. But I think put together at the end of the day, commercial view hanging on the rail. There's one out here for me today that excels really well in terms of doing the best at balancing out that yield versus quality grade, being square built enough and having enough look on there. For me today, that's going to be the young lady's steer here at the end.
Champion Holstein exhibited by Myra Burning. Once again, that award sponsored by and Cynthia Burning family.
We'll go ahead and follow up for the reserve Holstein spot with a young lady out of the 4th class there. I think that one follows suit of our Holstein champion really well in terms of balancing out that yield versus quality grade and having enough look about him whenever we get out here and put him into motion.
Your reserve champion Holstein exhibited by Kylie Cripps. Next in the arena, exhibitors will be competing for Grand Champion Dairy Beef Steer of the 2021 Allen County Fair. Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing Grand Dairy Beefs of the 2021 Allen County Fair. Representing the Ayrshires, Sarah Kuhn with a steer that weighs 1352. The Champion Brown Swiss exhibited by Holly Howard. Her steer weighs 1480. The Champion Jersey exhibited by Braden Stone, a steer weighing 1101. The Champion Milking Shorthorn exhibited by Holly Howard, a steer weighing 1344. And the Champion Holstein exhibited by Myra Burning, a steer weighing 1670. The Grand Champion Dairy Beef Steer Award is sponsored by Stephen Sharon Clark family. The Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Beef Steer Award sponsored by Milan Center Feed and Grain.
Give our fat steer exhibitors a round of applause here real quick. I think just like the feeder calf show, another set of fine examples for each of the breeds out here. The Ayrshire, larger frame, lighter muscle. Brown Swiss, big, drafty looking animal with a lot of flesh there. The Jersey, moderate, refined, big sweeping belly. The Shorthorn starts to get moderated out. We start balancing out some of that muscle in terms of the frame. And then, of course, the Holstein, our nice dual-purpose breed out here today. I think each one of these steers within their breed brings a lot of merit to the table. Some of them, obviously, we had some shorter numbers here. But I think at the end of the day, when you start looking at them all as market animals in relation to where they're at in terms of being ready to go to the rail, there's one of them out here that does really, really good. And as you see me go out there handling the top side of that skeleton, what we're feeling for is the shape and turn of that loin and how much condition we're laying down over the top side, trying to get an estimate for where they're at and how that's complementing each other. Cattle put muscle on from the rear of the skeleton forward, and then we put fat on from the front of the skeleton to the back. So after we handle them, some of the other indicators we're looking at are the fat ponds at the back of the hip by the tail head in relation to the brisket. Just some of the things that you kind of look at here, in addition to skeleton, feet and legs, and athleticism. For me today, I think there's one out here that's sound enough, but when we come back to the commercial value, he puts the best parts together there in terms of being consistent across the entire side of the skeleton. We're going to go ahead and use the Holstein here to be your grand champion dairy steer.
Grand Champion Dairy Beef Steer exhibited by Myra Burning. That was the Champion Holstein. Once again, that award is sponsored by Stephen Sharon Clark family.
Things get just a little bit tougher out here for the reserve spot. Two really nice steers. I think they complement each other well. Not to take too much away from our reserve Holstein, but for me today, the Brown Swiss, I think, follows our champion and suit the best there. Tons of shape and turn over the top side of that skeleton. I think he brings enough shape over there down in through his quarter. I think he balances out just a touch nicer than our reserve Holstein. Thank you.
The Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Beef Steer exhibited by Holly Howard. That award is sponsored by Mountain Center Feed and Grain.
So people can go and get all that done so we're not sturdy. Yeah, we'll give them 5 minutes.
We're going to have a 5-minute intermission real quick, so 4-H members, if you're wanting to get some photos real quick, now would be a great time to do that. Also, the junior showmanship, you can start getting this way, but you have a little bit of time to catch your breath. So in about 5 minutes, we will start. So at 3:50, 3:51, we'll start with our showmanship. Once again, after many years, the Dairy Beef banners were retired. New banners have been purchased. The Dairy Beef Committee will have a silent auction during this fair to get rid of the old banners, If you're interested in one of them, the silent auction paperwork on the bulletin board by the livestock office. The bidding will close Saturday, July 31st at 9 p.m. See a Dairy Beef Committee member if you have any questions. Additionally, we'd like to thank our live stream sponsor for today's show, Sue Schaefer. As we're on this small intermission, remember to visit the 4-H food booth outside the show barn for a variety of your favorites. Fantastic prices and proceeds benefit the Allen County 4-H. The Showman is Showman contest will be Sunday, August the 1st, starting at noon in the horse arena and then moving to the show barn to complete the rest of the classes. If you are interested in having the VIP seating or to sponsor the live stream, mark your calendar for February 26th, 2022. That is when the 4-H Fling will be. The 4-H Fling, there will be a live auction and a silent auction, a chicken dinner. The dinner and silent auction both start at 5 p.m. in the Home and Family Arts Building here at the fairgrounds. The live auction begins later on. Social media, more details. All right, attention. Our intermission is now up, and in the arena now we have junior showmanship, grades 3, 4, and 5 taking place in the arena right now. Junior showmanship, grades 3 and 4 and 5. That will be followed then by the intermediate showman, grades 6, 7, and 8.
All right, so we're out here for our first and only class of the Junior Showman. When I'm judging showmanship, I don't typically go and announce on the mic till we start getting to that overall competition as far as some of the things I want to see. I don't necessarily like giving it away. I like who's been working with their project the most, who knows their animal, who knows what they're needing to be doing. I do typically a couple questions here, but when we get into the younger age group here, we don't get real technical, or at least I don't. I just kind of like to know what their favorite part about the project was, and how many hours a day they work with them, trying to get to know them, finding the ins and outs of that animal. Before I go out and pick you top 3 out here today, I am going to go through with the kids one-on-one, just kind of short and sweet, some things that I saw that I'd like them to work on for next year. All right, for our junior division of showmanship here, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man on the end to win the age bracket here. Does a really nice job as far as being calm, cool, collected, having character when he's out here showing. A nice job in relation to where he's at with his animal. Just a couple small things there that I told him that we need to work on, getting some crispier movements there as far as getting some of the fine-tune, the fundamentals of everything. For our second place, we're going to go ahead and use the young lady here on the end. Another nice showman, just has some things there that she needs to work on to make everything a little more fluid. After that, for their third place, we're going to go ahead and use the young man here in the pink shirt for that third place spot.
Placing in our junior showmanship, first went to Landon King, second to Ella Knoll, and third to Wyatt Fink. The Junior Showmanship Award is sponsored by Allen County Farm Bureau. The Intermediate Showmanship Award is sponsored by Jeff and Marilyn Arnold. The Senior is the sponsored by Roger and Vicki Hadley II and family, and the overall showman is sponsored by Hauser Automotive Incorporated. Into the arena now, we have exhibitors for the intermediate showman, grades 6, 7, and 8. I believe they're going to divide that into two different classes. So if you're expecting to see somebody out here that you think is a intermediate showman, they may be in the next class.
All right, for our first heat of the intermediate showmen, we're going to go ahead and bring back 2 individuals. We'll do the same with the second class there, and then we'll have our champion drive as far as the intermediate age bracket goes. But for me today, from this heat, we're going to go ahead and bring back the 2 young ladies on either end of the lineup. Young lady here with the lighter weight calf and the young lady on the end. We'll bring them back in for our intermediate drive.
As our judge is working on the intermediate showman, the second half of that class, we'd like to thank our dairy beef committee this year, Sharon Clark, Randy Schaefer, and Olivia Clark. So let's put our hands together and thank those adult leaders for working with these young people and organizing this. Thank you to the 4-H members that have come and turned in their slips and communicated with Mrs. Clark what they're doing with each of their animals. Some of the rest of you, if you would please do that. We need to know within an hour at the conclusion, but we welcome you to do that beforehand.
In our second heat here, the intermediate age bracket, we're going to go ahead and bring back 2 showmen for that drive here. We're going to use the 2 young ladies here at the end of the class. We'll bring them back in along with the first heat.
When you come to tell Mrs. Clark what you're doing with each of your animals, please bring the yellow weigh slips that you got when you weighed your animals in. Please bring those yellow weigh slips up with you when you come to tell Mrs. Clark what you're doing with each of the animals. Thank you. Some of you are doing an awesome job getting those turned in, and some of us still need to turn them in. I know it's on your mind. And you still have time after the show, but please be prompt about getting those in.
I said I wasn't going to make any announcements there throughout the barn as far as showmanship stuff goes, things I want to see. I told a couple of the individuals out here I'm not going to hold it against them. I love Twisted X's as much as the next guy. They're extremely comfortable, but when we're in the show ring, we need to have some boots on. They don't have to be ostrich, they don't have to be Cayman, just a nice plain old pair of brown boots. It just helps complete that look. It's an etiquette thing. I compare it to a business casual setting for the environment that we're in. That said, I told them I'm not going to hold that against them. It's just some pointers for future showmanship and showing steers in general. But for me today, when we start talking about a top 3 out here, we're going to go ahead and use the young lady with the Swiss steer to win the intermediate age bracket. We're going to follow her up with the young lady here in that second pole in the lineup. And we'll round out that third place with the young lady here on the end.
So placings in the intermediate showman. First went to Holly Howard, second to Kylie Cripps, and third to Ashley Hadley. Once again, the Intermediate Showman Award is sponsored by Jeff and Marilyn Arnold. And now we are ready for the Senior Showman. I believe that's going to be divided into 3 or 4 different classes. So the Senior Showmen need to be up here to the makeup arena. After the senior, then we will have the selection of the overall showman. So thank you for those of you that are bringing up your yellow slips and getting those to Mrs. Clark. That is very, very much appreciated. We'll continue to take. We've set a deadline of 1 hour after the conclusion of the show, but if you get them to us earlier, that's even better. Thank you. In the arena Currently, exhibitors are competing for senior showman. There will be, I think, 4 classes for the senior showman. And then they will select the overall senior showman, and then we'll have the overall showman. The Senior Showman Award is sponsored by Roger and Vicky Hadley II and family. Got the affair. There will be 3 classes of senior showman. So there will be 3. So if you're looking and you're saying, guys, I know I'm expecting 4-H member to be out here, they may be in one of the other 2 classes. So there will be 3 classes of senior showman. So we'll have 4 classes of seniors, and the judge will select the first, second, and third place seniors, and then we will have the overall showman selection. The winner of which will compete in the Showman to Showman competition on Sunday, starting at noon at the Horse Arena.
So just like in our other age brackets here at the heats, we're going to bring back 2 showmen from each heat here. For me today, there are young ladies out here who are very consistent in terms of pace, getting their animals set up, and just knowing where I was and having some intensity. For me, those 2 young ladies were the young gal here on the end and our young gal with the other black and white Holstein. Another nice group of showmen out here for the second heat of the senior division, and these guys saw there we've got a couple calves that are starting to get a little hot and stubborn. And I told them we're not going to worry about holding that against you. I mean, it's 85 degrees out, and we've been showing since 12:30. I want to lay down too. So that's all just kind of part of it. But it went through with each of them there, a couple things to work on. But for me today, there's two individuals out here that we're going to bring back in for the senior drive. We use the young man here on the end with the red steer, and the young lady here second in the lineup to come back in for that drive.
Our last class of senior showmen are in the arena currently. After that, then we'll have the select of the senior showman, followed by the overall showman. Once again, we would like to thank everybody for their cooperation in getting their animals up to the show arena in a very, very timely manner. You guys have done an excellent job, and that is very much appreciated. Also, please don't forget to get Mrs. Clark those yellow slips telling what is happening with each one of your animal, whether it's going home or going to the auction or what's happening with it.
All right, for our last heat of senior showmen here, just like before, we're going to bring two back in. Went through with each of the kids, critiqued just a couple of things there for them to work on for next year. But for me in this class, we're going to use the two young ladies here on the end to come back in for our senior drive. Thank you.
Into the arena now, exhibitors are competing for senior showmanship. That's grades 9 and above. That award is sponsored by Roger and Vicki Hadley II and family. After that, then we will have the selection of the overall showman, who will then be eligible to compete in the Showman to Showman competition on Sunday. I'd like to thank many of our volunteers today. Working in the arena today, we had Beth Schaefer. Up here at the desk, we've had Ashley Kendall, Sharon Clark, Steve Clark's been working at one of the gates, Randy Schaefer, Lisa Beaupre, Amber Hoopengardner, and Gina Smith. Let's put our hands together and thank those adult individuals for helping put on the show today.
Well, let's give our senior showman here a quick round of applause before we go out and pick you a top three. So in each of their individual classes and whatnot, we went through, worked on a few things to practice on, be cognizant of. Some of the kids came back out and are doing good at being mindful of those. Some of them still need to get, pay attention to some of those things too. But all in all, a good group of kids. Everybody's well presented. For me today, though, there's one individual who's been very consistent throughout the day. For me, the young lady with the black and white calf is going to be your champion senior showman. After that, we kind of start getting into some give and take in different areas there. Again, all these kids are doing some really nice things there, but for me today, we're going to follow her up with the young lady here with a predominantly white calf. She'll be your second place senior showman, and our third place will go to the young lady in the pink shirt.
Your first place champion senior showman goes to Lainey Parker, second to Cara DeBolt, and third to Lena Rielson. The Senior Showman Award is sponsored by Roger and Vicki Hadley II and family. Into the arena now, exhibitors will be competing for the overall showman. Includes the 2021 senior, intermediate, junior winners and any previous senior showmanship winners. The winner will advance to the Showman of Showman this Sunday at noon. It will start in the horse arena and then move up here to the show barn. The overall Showman Award is sponsored by Hauser Automotive Incorporated. Our judge today has been Mr. Casey Krugerberg from Hoagland, Indiana. Let's put our hands together and thank him for working with our young people all day long.
well, let's give these kids a round of applause for sticking it out here all day. Four extremely nice showmen out here, and they tell me we're picking a top three. Obviously, it's always fun to come out here with a really good steer, win a breed, win a class, win a division, whatever it takes. But it was always, in my opinion, a big honor to be able to be out here competing for the overall showman within your species. To me, that speaks volumes about you as a showman, your character, how you come out here, collect yourself, the performance you deliver, being able to get that animal ready, and just being the all-around best version of yourself there. For me today, I mean, all these kids did great, but there's one individual that I appreciate the intensity. They've adapted to the changes and the critiques that I've given them all day. We're going to go ahead and use the young lady with the Swister here, overall there, showman.
Your first place overall showman is Holly Howard. Lainey Parker is second. And Drew Dafford third. Once again, the Overall Showman Award is sponsored by Hauser Automotive Incorporated. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for today's event. Very much appreciated. All right, attention 4-H that are in our Dairy Beef project. You've done an excellent job today getting your animals to the arena. You've been very, very prompt on that. You've been very crisp and kind. Need a little bit more from you here at the end of the show. Need you to bring your yellow slips to Mrs. Clark here at the announcer's table. We need your yellow slips for all animals that you have up here today. She needs to know whether those animals are being auctioned, whether they're going home, or what they're doing. So please, 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 let's help Mrs. Clark out.